14. Oh, somebody finally killed me. Oh, Belbus killed me. Oh, Belbus killed me. Where am I? Okay, so right up by this house on the water. I'll have to recover the body. Goddamn Belbas killed me. At least it wasn't a human, and at least they're not gonna rob me, you know? That's not bad. I'll just run back to my body here. Fucking Belbus. Fucking Belbus. At least I caught it. I'm gonna have to buy Drain. Son of a bitch. I'll have to go back. I'll have to warp after this. But that's okay. I probably have a lot of region stuff. I do have a lot. I can afford to warp. Hey, look, I actually kind of got to my body. This is good too. I can like get back to my dead body, you know? I think I passed it, actually. No, I was further. I'm further. Wait, am I further or what? I don't know. Did I go too far? I don't know. Did I go too far? Fuck, I might have lost this set. But I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, I went way too far is what it is. elemental. Oh, there's Niter right there. Nice. Wow, I went way too far, huh? I did, I went way too far. Now I'm where I should be, kind of. So this is the house that I was by. And I ran up that slope, and I think, yeah, and animals killed me. Here we go. Now I'll recover my body. This was the clump I was at, I think, and this is where they killed me. Please let me recover. Please, I hope it hasn't been too long. Please tell me it hasn't been too long. No, where's my body? Has it been too long? I think it's been too long. Son of a bitch. It's been too long, no. It's been too long, no. No, wait, there's my body. There it is. I'm gonna recover. If he doesn't kill me, he might kill me again. But maybe they're roaming around. Maybe I'll just get lucky. Please, please, please. Go away from there. My swimming's increasing. Nice, I have 7,000. Maybe I best go back and dump to the horse. Yeah, I didn't lose anything. Yay. Yay. And I bank another 10k wood or whatever, 7k. If I can pull in this much money here, I can live in Tintrim very, very comfortably. And I'm going to. I have to buy Drain Scroll, and it's gonna be expensive. I need Blaze Spikes too. Damn it, 25k. 80k. I need to go look at the quest. Oh, I will need to receive money. Damn it. I have to spend money I don't want to. Nah. I'll just buy the scrolls and send them or whatever. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll just send money. Black Mage, can I have it? 51 plus. Level 6 experience points. You can have this. 51 plus. Okay, so now I'm gonna go listen to this, but wait, I want to go back to what I was watching, which was this, and we'll listen to the dog racing thing. Oh man, I dropped it way down, huh? Yeah, like, okay, Maslow's hierarchy is something we watched, yeah, but where's the one about the dog racing? Where is this? I was just watching it this morning. Here it is.
And she grabbed my arm after the debate and she said, if your question passes, my father's gonna lose his job. Do you think about me? And I said, I do, but it's still the right thing to do.
Now, who's like the Voldemort of greyhound racing in the U.S.?
The most notable person on the other side is
Voldemort.
Steve Saris.
Vice President of the National Greyhound Association, President of West Virginia Kennel Owners Association, kennel owner and animal lover. We'll feed about 120 pounds of beef a day, just ground beef. Like we mix in like Purina puppy chow. When you look at politics, my name pops up quite a bit. They've tried to smear me for years.
I don't know if it's that bad if one man owns like dogs. I don't know. The racing, I'm not sure that's harmful either. Is it racing the dog harmful? It's harmful if you give them cocaine. But I mean, is it is it harmful to the dog? I guess it's sort of cruel to expect the dog to run like that, but I don't know. Of all the things men do, I don't know if racing dogs is the worst one.
Public vote on this was in
I suppose if the dogs are mistreated, then take it away.
Massachusetts in the year 2000, and then again in 2008 when it passed. And his father was one of the kennel operators in that first campaign. So it's almost like our path and Mr. Saris's path have been strangely mirroring each other for a quarter century.
They've tried to smear me for years.
At one time, greyhound racing was a large, thriving gambling industry, but over the years, it has slowly died.
It has, yeah, definitely had some attrition, shrinkage.
If you were to go back 20 years ago, how many tracks do you think were open?
Oh, hundreds.
Really?
You know, yeah.
For many local economies, the track shutdowns have had disastrous results. Take Revere, Massachusetts, for example, once home to the wildly successful Wonderland Greyhound Park, which Grey 2K helped shut down in 2009.
They're off!
You know, I'm in a natural place to log, and I think I will. Now, where? Oh, I'm in jail. I'm in jail because they killed me, but I should actually be going to... Jita. Gotta make a modification to the stupid ship, and I forgot about this. But yeah, I want you to go all the way back to Jita, whatever. Kill my fucking thing if you need to. So yeah, we're doing good though. We're farming.
Warp drive active.
Let's see. I have, yeah, not that rich. Maybe I should just leave this running, huh? I'll go up in that place and find a brand new one, and I'll leave this running, but, yeah, I'm gonna keep chopping while I go for a walk. Yeah, why? I mean, who cares if somebody kills me here, right? I mean, yeah, what are the chances? Like, now I'm out of Apex here.
Approaching Stargate.
It's harder to see anything here. I think this is a good tree if it would let me. Yeah, who cares? It's like a free yield. Whatever. So guys, I am going to go walking for about 2 hours here. It's 4:20. It's 4:20. And I'm going to go walking here. Oh, yeah. I'm going to go walking here from 4:20 until 6:20. And I'm going to get my running shoes on, and I'm going to go out there, and because I don't want to get out of the practice of walking, and it's been raining for like a day and a half solid, but it looks like it's stopped now. Now, I might be back earlier if it starts raining again. I don't know. But, yeah, I'm going to go for a walk now.
Moving to Stargate.
Yeah.
Warp drive active.
So, I will be back here in 2 hours. It's 4:20 right now. I'll be back at about 6:20. Or, well, I don't know. It might actually be like 6:30 because I do need to take a shower. So I'll take a shower after I'm done. And even though I did take a shower today, but yeah, I'll just pop in the shower. I already shaved, but yeah, I'll just hop in the shower and stuff after I walk. I'll be back here in 2 hours and stuff, but I am going to get out there. It's not a sunny day, but I do want to keep the practice of walking and stuff. It is temperate enough for me to walk, so I'm going to go get it done. So I love you guys. I don't want to get out of the practice. I'm gonna go do that. Just a reminder, you've been watching Skycat Live. I'll come back and I'll do the Greyhound video here from Channel 5. I am Skycat Live. I'm a full-time variety gamer all day, every day. Put me on in the background. I'm gonna go out and get some exercise and stuff. I'm gonna walk for 2 solid hours, and I mean it too. I love you guys. I will see you later. I love you guys. I'm gonna pause the video. Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. It's 5:20. I didn't make it the whole 2 hours before I got rained on. You know, I moved a whole bunch of bags of litter and stuff, and then I walked for about an hour, and I didn't get all the way through it, but yeah. Yep, and we're just farming. Now I will get back on FFXI and New World, and I also need to set my oops, no, I'm trying to get to that. Yep, and we're gonna go to this. Yep, and then dismiss. Got to get this up before it starts. Public, unlisted, go. Gaming, Final Fantasy XI. There we go. And yeah, unlisted, public, done. Go, go, go. Mortal Online 2. It's weird that I had to do all that stuff, but okay. Today on strict top. Go, save, 4848, and then you, stop, reload, stop, this, yeah, go, okay, let's get on New World and grind to 725, that's something else to do, and, Yeah, we're loading FFXI, and yeah, this has been up for 30 seconds. Hi guys, sorry about that. I started to get rain on, so I had to cut it off early, but I did load like about 400 pounds worth of cat litter and stuff, and did quite a bit of physical labor as well, so it doesn't feel so bad. So, okay, there we go. And, yes, Twitch. Go. Okay. There we go. I already started it. Yay, we're doing it. Okay, I'm set for the rest of the night, and it was good to get about an hour walk. You know, it was all right. It could have been better. I got cut off, kind of. Yeah, it's coming down thick. I tried to walk in it, but no, it got too heavy. It's fucking annoying. I'm gonna change the way she looks because she looks dumb. She looks so dumb. I'm gonna just change. That skirt looks horrible. What happened to... yeah. Did you not load or what? You just didn't load. You screwed up. Yeah. Mm. No, see, I'm still too heavy because of the pants too. Let's see about pants. Oh no, I can't get it. I can't get it on hot enough. Oh, that's alright. Just curious to see how much money I have. 92. I'll wait for a party. I think I will actually go farm. No, I can't. I've got to go farm. Or, well, maybe I should just do goldsmithing for the rest of the day, actually. Or I don't know. Farming is more direct money right away, I think. And I think dark clusters are what I want to do. Which is okay, but let's get all the copper off me first. Light stay I can buy. No, it's ice stay. Oops. Take these socks off. Come all the way to almost to my knees. There we go. Okay, you know, I'm gonna take my pants off too, because I can. There's nothing stopping me. I'm gonna take my pants off too, because I just like walked for an hour and my legs are a bit sweaty and annoying. There we go. Letting it all hang out, baby. No, I'm just kidding. I have boxers on. Now, I am trying to change the way that my things look. I want to go to my thing. Yeah. And I want to change the skin to that. Apply. This pair of pants. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah. Like, does that matter? No, I look better that way. There, like, yeah, that looks much, much better. So, I don't know. I am going to go farm coconut. I believe. Or no, I'm going to go farm. Well, yeah, maybe I should. Well, I don't know. It's prime time. Coconut might not be that good of an idea. I'll do that later. What I want to do right now is... Oh, yeah, you know, I pulled in banana. I suppose I'll sell it while I'm here. What's my weight at? 104. Yeah, 15 bananas. I didn't get that many, but yeah. Oh, yeah, and I also need to change the pants because I can't roll. I thought I would go heavy fat mage, but I don't think I need to. I mean, I don't know. It's nice to have heavy armor. I don't know. Did I crack this? That one's heavy. Yeah, that's heavy. I went light, but it doesn't matter, I suppose. I spent 1,500 on it, though. And I cracked the other piece. I mean, the other piece sucked. And now I have light footwear, 705 footwear. I suppose it doesn't really matter, but the eye level is better. I can't get away with these gloves, and it's annoying. I'm going to crack them. It was a 1,500 gold mistake, you know? But whatever, I got to go with eye level. That's like how I got to go. It's fucking annoying. I have 3 golden scarabs for some reason. Why do I have 3 golden scarabs? Let's sell them. Maybe they're worth more money now. Three golden scarabs. Nice. 276. 383. Wow, those have gone way, way down, huh? Drop rate went down. Well. Damn, those used to be like 5,000 gold. Stone. Yeah, I'm just gonna sell it. Fuck it. 242. I'll take the money out. This is muted for some reason. No, it's just the UI volume should be lower. Yeah, like 20. Yeah. Okay, so I am in this wreath. I haven't insured it. No, I'm not in this wreath. I need to get in this wreath. Board ship. I want you to change the fitting to the other fitting. Wow. Okay, then we go back out to this opportunity.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Wait, you can sell 725 gear now? $30,000 gold. Rightfully claimed, huh? Wow. Go back. Wow, there's like 3 725 items. Gorgon's breastplate, wow.
Autopilot jumping.
Now I see that gold buys me 725 stuff, and I wanna buy those pieces. So I'm going to
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I want to wear some weapons that I'm not using. I guess I capped out, did I? I don't know, I guess I've got to choose other
Approaching
stuff.
Stargate.
I think I want a great axe and a hatchet. I should have bought weapons with that stuff. I don't know. I'm going to see what's in my bank here. I have this 700 artifact hatchet. Oh, I have to kill 50 corrupted and reek water. That's something I do need to do. Kill 50 corrupted and reek water. Right.
Autopilot jumping.
They're all 65. I don't have that BP, or I don't have that teleporter. Wow.
Open
Let's go to
Stargate.
that then. We'll
Warp drive
go
active.
do that and turn on the music, I guess. Wait, I'm going to, wait, where am I going? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Set destination to that. Oops.
Approaching Stargate.
I have to jump through Tama. I don't know, maybe I should do safer, huh?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, I'll just do safer, it's fine. Oh no! No! I got killed. What's the chances he's gonna take all this? I got killed, you asshole. Hell, man, bound to happen. Go see what he left.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, go. Oh, I might die. Wow. No, not this set. No. Why do you guys do this stupid shit? Why do you do this? It's so dumb. Let's go to Priest.
Autopilot disabled.
Try again. Maybe it's best I don't take like Augs out just because of fucking stupid ass Eden Com. I want you to avoid Eden Com systems. You're so annoying. Fucking developers sucking dick. Oh, I lost like, I don't know what. I don't know. How much are those? That's like 50 mil something. I think I lost 50 mil. Yeah, it's like 42 mil. I mean, it's nice to have those things in, but I mean, I don't really care. Oh, how's my master? Do I have a master at arms in? Augs, none. Okay. I'm back down here. Ooh, five skill extractors. Consume. What's my money at? 2.5. What was that sound? Oh, nice, yeah. Let's turn on the music now that we're out of town. You can't do it? You can't send me back to Priest, or what? God damn it. New discovery, Tindrum.
Autopilot engaged.
Nice.
Warping to Stargate.
Oh, it is prime time. I should have dumped to the goddamn horse. You probably stole all of it, huh? Yeah. That's okay.
Approaching Stargate.
Took my fucking shit. At least he didn't take my main axe. Oh well, it's one load, you know. I didn't totally lose the axes, which is my main thing. I don't want to lose all that, but as long as I don't. God damn it. Fucking asshole.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. To Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
What's that thing? The hell?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What? Oh my god, he one-shot me. I can't solo that thing. How am I gonna get reek water fucking
Approaching
reek
Stargate.
water? What?
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
No.
Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active.
So annoying.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Proceed to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yay, it's getting dark.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Killer vag.
Autopilot jumping. Moving to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Somebody bought the damn silver. Somebody bought the damn silver out from under me. It's so annoying. He's gonna let me catch him for some reason. Damn it. Yeah, I beat his ass! Yeah, bitch! Oh yeah! I beat his fucking ass! Yeah! Beat his ass! Took his 50 shit! I gotta take these chests and I'm gonna leave. I got 100 fucking doubloons or whatever. I took his 50 doubloons. He's probably so mad. He's probably coming back. I need to watch out. I need to exit a different way because he's probably coming down. No, he has to go back. He has to go back. There's no way he'll ever find me. I'll be gone by the time he gets here. I have to go bank because I got like 75 doubloons out of nowhere. I robbed that fucking nerd so bad. I robbed him so bad. I gotta leave. I gotta leave. But they keep putting chests here. I robbed that nerd so bad. I fucked him. I fucked him in his ass. Go, go, go. Run, run, run. Fly, 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 you fools. Fly. There's home run. Oh, yeah, that sweet moment when you just come inside. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, get off me. Damn it. Get off me, fucker. Ah, you're so annoying. 100 doubloons out of nowhere. I robbed him so bad, I can't believe he walked past me. Oh. That was great. It was just wonderful. It was great. This thing died. I can't believe I fucked that nerd for his fucking dubs. Oh my god. He was probably so mad. It was 50 dubs too, which is a lot for like free-for-all. That's, I mean, it's not a lot, but it's a run. It's like a run. I took a run from him. I fucked that nerd. Oh. Get out of it. Get out of this thing. Stand up. I'll just chop, fuck it. I'm gonna go log over and dump this, I can't believe I took his doubloons. That's so fucked up, because that's actually good shit. I've got a kill in FFA in a while. That was quite fun. I liked the feeling it felt. I liked robbing that nerd for his doubloons. It felt quite good. If I can get more of that, I will play more New World. Wah, 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 wah. Took 50 doubloons off that idiot. I don't want to gloat. I'm sorry. I just don't often get that kind of like kill, you know. It's rare for me, so I like you know, playing it up for the stream. It's good.
Altogether, 800. Without money to even facilitate the demolition, the park was abandoned altogether. 800 TVs, a full restaurant, and dozens of wager systems were left to rot, leaving once legendary announcers like Sammy Kane and Jerry Giraldi unemployed and in obscurity.
All because you got a radical extremist group that are going to put good, hard-working people out of jobs.
Yeah, it's dog racing as far as, okay, in my opinion, if there's, no, I don't believe in dog cruelty, and I understand if they were cruel, then they shouldn't have dogs, in my opinion. If they're giving the dogs cocaine, they've been cruel. So act accordingly, punish those people. But like, I don't know if dog racing actually provides some kind of like boon. Wow, there's like a right over there. There's like some kind of crazy relic, but I don't have a horse, so other people will beat me there, and they will kill. And it's like right over the dale. It's like right there. I want to get in and I want to dump, and then I want to ride over there. No, I don't. No, I don't. I want to run over there. I want to run over there naked with like no axes or anything, and just see what's over there because something spawned, and I wonder. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to go to that. I'll just die. I know I will. I'll just die. I don't have a weapon. I don't have gear. I mean, I know I'm just not fit to do that right now. It's unfortunate, but later on when I have a house here and I'm fully geared, I'll go with both my characters and I'll fucking bang that place and put a horse at risk. But right now, I don't have that. I don't have that kind of firepower, frankly. Okay, so where is this horse? Should be like right here. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. Okay, so you. No, put it away. Put it away, boy. Yeah. Good. Accept. Okay. Yeah. I will put the axes at risk and run over there, I guess. But I want to get on the mount. I'm going to log out. Now I'm going to run over there that I've dumped the loot. Oh, you know, I actually have like 5 gold. Wait, I'm not done. Wait, stop. Get off. I forgot these other things here. Come on. Good. There we go. Get up. Log out. Okay, I'm very close to this thing, so I'm going to go check it out. I mean, I don't know. I have an axe. If there's like one dude there or something, maybe I can do something. I don't know. If I die, I'll just buy axes and run out. I don't have any wood on me, so it's not the end of the world. I'll go see what that glow is, I guess. It's sort of risky, but I don't know. You're logging, right? Yeah, you're logging now. We will go to the glow because it seems like it's close. And I wonder if it's like my glow and now people are like fixing to go to it. I don't think people are ready for it, so maybe I get there first. I don't know because it's like right by me. But no, I doubt it. I think there's people living here, and the minute they see it, they'll just run to it. I don't know, that's pretty fucking far. If it's past that mountain, I don't know. But I do want to go look, and I do want to see what it is. Rest. Oh, good, I'm here. Let's start this. Fuck, did you change the fit? Yeah, you did, you did.
Because these dogs are still gonna run. They haven't saved one, nor will they.
Oh yes. So if dogs like create money, if the dog race creates money that feed human kids, I think we make special, you know, what do you call it, like special negotiation there where we race the dogs, but we make sure that they're taken care of and there's government oversight and all of this stuff. And I think that's kind of like, if it actually creates money. God, no wonder they hate woke. They think woke causes this, but no, it's just some crazy people. It's stupid. Woke does not cause this. It's just somebody with a cause, you know? But I'm sure they chalk this up as woke. I'm sure they chalk this sort of stuff as woke. Wait, you came back in? Why did you come back in? No, no, no. I didn't want you to come back in. Log out. Oh, damn it. I didn't mean to log. No, by the time I get to whatever the fuck this is, it'll be long, long, long gone. I'm done. It's like an airdrop, and I'm not going to this airdrop. It's fucking way too far. Yeah, I'm just going right the fuck back again. Yeah, just run back to this trees, and we'll just keep farming. Why is there a red circle?
Jumping.
Oh, it's because the sun's rising? Yeah, the sun's rising. Yeah, the sun's like making the grass turn orange. I do like this game. Oh, did you crash on me? Yeah, oh, no. No, just some kind of stew.
Warp drive active.
It's freezing over and over again.
Today, the racetrack is nothing but a semi-abandoned parking lot, and the vibes are quite grim, which has been a common story in these past few years.
When we started, there were about 50 operational tracks.
If people make money doing this...
States. We've been going state by state by state.
And
they've just been shutting it down.
It's really like a Depression-era relic of an industry that happens to still exist today.
We never would have imagined
it's
that
like a
West
Depression
Virginia
industry.
would be the last state. We thought that Florida was the whale, the big white whale.
74 greyhounds died at Florida racetracks last year, including 12 at
74?
Derby Lane in St. Petersburg.
Oh, no, never mind. Shut it down.
Voters to make the decision, and they did in 2018.
The voters probably said no.
Stop it. No more greyhound racing in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so that sucks. I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't want the dogs racing if there is dogs dying. If there's, like, dogs dying on the track, then no, I don't want it. Poor greyhounds, they were used like some kind of gambling tool for 100 years. I feel for their breed.
Autopilot jumping.
No, wait, no. I was like, wait, log in. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to go back to New World. Just farming.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I should log in and get my 76 daily.
I mentioned,
I suppose I should eat some breakfast, I guess. I will get some fruit.
Stargate.
I'll be right back. Oh, I think my drink fell again. Oh no, there it is. Nice. Okay, so... Or I don't know, maybe I'll just have a snack. I don't think I'm gonna have breakfast.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, geez, I almost spilled this. Yeah, 2 olives is good. I'm not gonna have fruit today. I'm gonna have just a meal.
I went to check out the Wheeling Island racetrack throughout the course of this research, and I was relatively disappointed by the entertainment value in general. Much like the vibe inside one of those shared
Yeah. Oh, no, I already do this? I must have already done this, huh? At the top of the hour, that's in 10 minutes. I guess I should do the Mothman Den in 10 minutes.
Autopilot jumping. Warning to station. Warp drive active.
So we'll come back in 10 minutes and I'll do Mothman on the hourly. I think that's actually kind of a fun thing to do. Yeah, but I'll log in New World for about 8 minutes here. Oh, this client leaked or something. Yeah, it crashed.
Approaching station.
My private adult movie theaters they have at some truck stops in the South, there was an air of shame about the place. Like almost everyone had looming moral qualms about placing bets on dogs. Still, that didn't stop me from placing a small $60 bet. Sorry, guys. Wow, look at those beautiful dogs. That's my guy right there, number 5. I got $60 on number 5.
I don't think it makes him evil to place a bet on a dog if it's still legal to place a bet on the dog.
For number 5 and number 8 to get ready to run.
I think it encourages it, but I mean, it also sort of like if they're continuing to have the dogs do it.
Began to wonder how many of these pups were wired on a few bumps of that Tony Montana fish scale yayo, or if maybe that rumor was all bogus in the first place. After all, I know the deceptive power of the mainstream media. I'm just not sure where they stand on greyhound racing. Here's what Steve had to say about the scandal.
Is there an article, maybe it's a misquote, but it said you gave a dog cocaine?
Well, here's the deal with that.
We continue digging deeper into the Orange Park Kennel Club, where more than a dozen greyhounds tested positive for a chemical that indicates they were exposed to cocaine. It's being called the largest greyhound drug case in American history. 17 racing dogs have tested positive for cocaine.
You can imagine who the whistleblowers were in this scandal.
Facts in this case do suggest that this is a race-fixing case.
Wherever we have worked, we found drug-positive dogs.
They've tried to smear me for years, tried to basically take me out of the equation, and they were going to do it any way they could get it done. And what better way is if it looks like the main guy fighting for greyhound racing is using cocaine on his greyhounds. They probably assumed that we wouldn't fight back, but coming from Brockton, that's all we do.
Shortly after Grey 2K released their claims to the media, Saris filed a defamation suit and was able to gain access to their alleged evidence in discovery.
I requested and was able to get a split sample. They sent it off to Texas A&M, who did the drug testing, and they said, yeah, it has benzoecanine, a cocaine metabolite in it. And I said, well, that's not what I want. How many different dogs' DNA is in that cup? I was figuring somebody was spiking it or tampering with the sample. And they said, we don't do that. They said, UC Irvine does it, or UC Davis, I think it was actually. Yeah, UC Davis. And they sent it, and the results were that it wasn't even canine urine.
Oh, wow. So it was a person who did cocaine who worked at the kennel.
Draw your own conclusions, but it wasn't dog urine. It had to have been planted. I mean, that's the only thing that really makes sense.
You know, we've heard a million excuses. I mean, we had a notable greyhound trainer call our office about 10 years ago and start to sort of rant and say, don't you know if there's cocaine on a $100 bill and I touch the $100 bill and touch the dog will test positive. And we were just sort of shocked. I mean, this is an industry that has a lot of creative excuses for things like the cocaine positives.
This is an industry that won't sit still to play fair, and the dogs are paying the price.
Of the 26 cocaine positives, they were all either my dogs or Julia Ward's dogs. So that was a huge, huge scandal. But once it was challenged and contested, you know, a whole different story came out of it. So,
look, everyone knows how this ends. Greyhound racing is going to end. The question is, how long is it going to take and how many dogs are going to suffer in the meantime?
In my interviews with both the leaders of Grade 2K USA and Steve Saris, I found myself at the crossroads of dueling political agendas. I'm not gonna lie to you, the dogs at Steve's kennel seemed pretty happy, running around, getting pets, being cute.
They're super friendly. You know, you hear the nonsense that they're abused, but I mean, most people, you can't go up to their house pets if they don't know you. These guys, you can open the door and they're literally all over you.
But if I were to take that exact same cutesy patootsy footage, slow it down, turn it black and white, add piano music, and add a bleeding heart call to action in the background, you might believe that Steve Saris is some kind of sadistic animal torturer, on par with Michael Vick or Penn State professor Temis Matsoukas. And I'm not saying that Steve Saris is some kind of perfect guy, but I am saying that as a video editor, it is very easy to make an animal look sad, which is part of the reason that Steve has such an issue with their marketing campaign.
The animal rights groups are basically panhandling. They've got the sad little face and they superimpose that sad music and they tell you how horrible their lives are, and you're going to donate money to them and you're going to give them money, so they keep doing that. They'll tell you, oh, they're feeding them 4D meat and bad meat. Well, if you look at that grain, that's top of the line Purina puppy chow that we feed.
They're fed what's called 4D meat, which is meat from downed, diseased animals that have been deemed unfit for human consumption. It's sold to the kennels very, very cheaply. It's the cheapest meat they can buy.
It's just craziness.
Another misnomer pushed by Grade 2K USA, Saris claims, is his use of live targets or live lures during greyhound training.
Crazy nonsense.
I killed him.
Put out there and say, oh, it's, you know, they're using live lures.
Live lure training is the use of small animals to enhance the chase instinct of greyhounds. We have uncovered live lure training operations in 4 states.
We had an informant come to us and say, not only is this happening, I personally did this. And essentially, most of the dogs racing are live lure trained.
I got a doubloon.
So rabbits mostly are released. The dogs are allowed to chase the rabbits and tear them to pieces, and this is to enhance a blood instinct. It's quite a foolish idea because greyhounds are the second fastest animal on earth. They don't really need to be tricked into racing faster. This is what they do. And especially if you're going to keep them confined for so long, imagine you're living, you know, in an elevator, you know, for most of the day, every day, and then once or twice or 3 times a month you get released out to a track. You bet you're going to take off and run.
Animal rights debate aside, that's not exactly what keeps greyhound racing legal in West Virginia. In our previous episode, West Virginia's Snake Church, we visited the last remaining serpent handling place of worship in the state, which was nestled deep in the forgotten coal country of southern Appalachia. There, despite the multiple deaths that occurred on premises, the practice remained legal for no particular reason other than the fact that people there have more stuff to worry about than a few apostolic Christians playing with snakes on the weekends. But greyhound racing is a very different story because unlike the Snake Church, it actually makes money, so its preservation is creatively baked into state law. Perhaps the most bullish defender of the industry has been West Virginia State Senator Ryan Weld, who presides over wheeling in a number of counties in the state.
Because it makes money.
And if you're wondering why, his second largest campaign donor in 2020 was Steve M. Saris Kennels.
Senator Ryan Weld has been a big advocate.
My name is Ryan Weld. I am a state senator here in West Virginia. I represent the 1st senatorial district, which consists of pretty much the majority of the Northern Panhandle. My wife and I, we're dog people. I don't go to the track. I don't go to the casino. We met Steve Saris and made arrangements for my wife and I to tour the kennel.
And they saw what it was really like behind the scenes, and they were like, we had no idea how big of an industry it was and how many people were employed. And
all the people that I met there work there because they truly care for the dogs.
Long story short, they fell in love with the dog that was in our kennel, and now that's their pet.
My wife and I ended up adopting one of the dogs that we met that day a couple of months later when she retired, and still have her now. I think the biggest issue here is related to economic opportunity, economic development. You know, this area was one that was built primarily on manufacturing, particularly the steel industry. The steel industry decline started in the late 70s throughout the 80s, because that's when Europe,
I don't think
and
he's an
Japan
idiot.
finally
We're just
rebuilt
going-
their mills. We're using updated technology, newer technology than America was at the time.
As straight as man's eyes and precision instruments can make it.
So all that is gone because America no longer makes what it once used to make. And so the biggest thing here are trying to replace the population loss through economic development opportunities.
How significant was the population decline between the 1970s and now?
It's been pretty significant. The state of West Virginia is the only state, unfortunately, in the nation that doesn't have a city that has a population of 50,000 more people or greater. One county in West Virginia, McDowell County, which is down south, if I remember correctly, had a population of about 100,000 people at its peak and now has about 18,000 people.
How important is the greyhound racing to the economy of the state?
I think it plays a pretty significant impact. But it's not just what's going on at the track. It's the employees that work there, that work at the track, but also the employees that work at the kennels. It's the employees who transport the dogs. It's what these owners of the kennels spend locally in terms of buying equipment and food for their dogs.
For me to put a dog on the racetrack, each dog is probably about $5,000. If you go to the track with an inferior product or an inferior staff or an inferior bred dog who's on an inferior diet, you're not going to be able to compete. You basically want to provide them with the best of care. You want to have the best breeding. You want to have the best staff that you can have available. Otherwise, you're not going to make any money.
The impact is greater than just whatever's brought in on gross or net receipts from the gambling portion of it.
As I began to ruminate on the two perspectives that were being pitched to me, I found this situation to be a microcosm of the country at large. It was obvious that both Grey 2K and Ceres felt righteous in their intentions, viewed each other as inherently facetious, and were totally dedicated to destroying each other's missions. With such opposite ideals, it's easy to perceive the two parties as being mortal enemies, but truthfully,
they've got
they
different
share the
views.
greatest American commonality: making money and the relentless pursuit of cash. The difference is, one pulls on dopamine and the rush of a gamble. The other one pulls on the heart, like, look at this animal. But realistically, once they've got you, they will try to solicit. What do they want, turkey? What is it? You should know, bitch, they want chicken. They'll do anything to get it, because it's cold in West Virginia. The racetrack asks you to place a wager, but the Grey 2K wants a little donation. There are other core differences in their missions as well. One side roots their fight in the economic survival of a state, the other, the survival of a species. I mean, I guess breed. But the way I see it, it's kind of hard to pick a side. Instinctively, I want to be on the side of Grey 2K, toward animal welfare and against animal exploitation. But the sad fact is that over 390,000 dogs are put down every year across American shelters, most of whom were available for adoption, but nobody ever got them.
In the decade that I've been involved in animal welfare, I've never seen
Why do
this
we
guy.
kill
Part
that
of it
many
seems
dogs?
like a calculated play to zoom in on the specific welfare of this one particular breed, whilst seemingly ignoring the much larger issue at hand. But I guess everybody's got their niche and justification system. For Ceres, it's his partnership with the adoption agencies after the greyhounds retire that give him the moral high ground.
We work closely with adoption groups from all over the country. I mean, literally from here all the way to the Northwest and stuff, we'll deal with adoption groups. Those groups are really the champions for these dogs, when they're done racing, or if they don't make it racing wise, and they're the ones who go out and do the fundraising and will help. And those groups, a lot of them are very pro racing and racing friendly. A lot of them are pre-adopted, so like there's one in the back corner there, she's already spoken for. The adoption groups that we work with are usually local. We deal with out-of-state groups as well. A group from Michigan once, that black one there, Twisted Ladies, and those people really are the champions of the greyhounds. They don't need an animal rights group to take care of them. There's a reason that people are basically putting that false propaganda and that rhetoric out there, and they're using the same buzzwords over and over again.
Greyhound racing is cruel and inhumane.
Cruel and inhumane.
Very cruel and inhumane.
Cruel and inhumane.
Test positive for cocaine. Cocaine.
Cruel and inhumane,
Suffer
cocaine.
serious injuries
Cruel and
and die
inhumane,
on track.
cocaine.
Suffer and die.
To suffer and die.
Dogs are fed 4D meat. Is what's called 4D meat.
4D meat.
These dogs live in small cages.
Small stacked cages. Living in small cages.
Small cages. A life of confinement. Terrible confinement. They live in confinement like they did a century ago, or almost nearly a century ago. They're given the same dangerous anabolic steroids.
150 doubloons.
It's like in a time warp or something. Yeah, there's no recognition.
We spend more money in adoption than they do. When you look at how much money they take in.
I'm gonna get 2 kittens, I think.
And then how much money in return they put back out into adoptions, it's negligible to next to nothing.
To be fair, though, Gray 2K doesn't advertise themselves as an adoption agency, and creating a real change often requires paying lobbyists and lawyers a lot of money to go up against well-funded politicians and multi-million-dollar companies. Plus, they've been enormously successful in their efforts. So Steve making it seem like because they don't spearhead adoption programs after the racetrack closures is evidence of some kind of fraud is a misnomer. Additionally, the money that Gray 2K's raised, which was around $800,000 last year, is peanuts compared to what the Greyhound biz is pulling in.
This year, something like $340 million will be wagered on the races held in West Virginia.
You may have got the impression from the quiet, almost deafeningly silent Wheeling Island wager room that the industry is on the outs, which physically is true, but the real money is being made behind the scenes, or should I say, behind the screens.
You said that a large percentage of the gambling is done remotely?
It is. It's more than 95%.
That's right. Did you forget? Gambling has gone digital. From 2019 on, the average growth
yeah,
of
so
the
people
online
want
casino
dog
market
races
was 20% each year. And
Yeah.
Statista predicts that in 2025, online gambling will generate over $117 billion. As we speak, the live feeds from Wheeling Island, though 240p quality, are being broadcast to thousands of people across the world who place their bets either online or with tellers at affiliate casinos.
When we were out in Vegas, I forget what casino it was in. I took a picture of the simulcast, and one of the dogs being let out was owned by Steve Saracen. So
I feel like the numbers have gone up. The numbers are really good. Like the numbers are eye-popping.
All right, man.
All right. Thank you guys. Like I said, I'll get you some of those contacts. Thank you guys.
We'll start working if I take the time.
Now, a word from our sponsor. What's up, guys? While gambling might fund the economies of towns like Wheeling, West Virginia, in the U.S. alone, gambling causes about 23 million people to fall deep into debt, which is why today's video is sponsored by Pura D Debt Solutions. Gambling is far from the only cause of debt, obviously. In fact, mortgage loans are the leading cause of debt in America, followed by student loans and auto loans. But if you're looking for help, the first step is to contact PDS Debt for a personalized solution. When I went into debt to get my education back in the day, I remember wishing so bad that I had a friend who could help me figure all that shit out. But unfortunately for me, I didn't have any friends. And most importantly, I didn't yet know about the good people over at PDS Debt. Go get a free debt analysis right now at www.pdsdebt.com/channel5. It only takes 30 seconds. That's half a minute to change your life at pdsdebt.com/channel5. If you're making monthly payments on your debt but not seeing your balances go down, PDS has solutions to help. Whether you have bad, fair, or good credit, you can qualify as long as you have 10 grand or more in eligible debt. No minimum credit score required. With PDS Debt, you not only get accepted, but you also save more and pay off your debt in a fraction of the time. PDS Debt takes the time to understand your unique financial situation and offers alternative solutions to help you become debt-free. Whether you're struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills, PDS Debt provides customized options tailored to your needs. That's what I'm talking about. It couldn't be quicker or easier to get your free debt analysis. Simply click my link, click on the option that best describes your unsecured debt amount, and fill out your personal information. Make this year the year that you take control of your debt. Again, get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/channel5. It only takes 30 seconds, people. That's pdsdebt.com/channel5. PDS Debt spelled DEBT.com/channel5. All right, guys, back to the streets of Wheeling, West Virginia.
You're not going to survive in Brockton if you're not tough.
After being kicked out of Wheeling Island for a second time by the same lady, I began to realize that in all this time talking to kennel operators, politicians, and activists, I'd forgot to talk to the people. So I hit the quiet streets of downtown Wheeling to strike up a few good conversations. What can you tell us about life here in Wheeling, West Virginia?
Sounds beautiful and everything. They just got reading. They need to do the sidewalks.
What do you think about Greyhound racing?
Awesome.
How's it going, sir?
Awesome.
We're doing a video about life in Wheeling, West Virginia.
What?
We're doing a video about life here in Wheeling, West Virginia. Can we ask you about life here?
Too many years ago, son.
What do you think about
Too
the future
many years
of
ago,
this town?
son.
There's seriously something in the water out here. Excuse me, sir. You all right? You all right? Really? You need any help? It seems like you did it. We're making a documentary about Greyhound racing in Wheeling.
Yeah?
What do you think about it?
unfortunately, we can humanize an animal so much that we no longer are treating it humanely. We get rid of every greyhound racetrack in the country. What's going to happen to greyhounds if they no longer have an economic reason for them to exist?
What do you think?
Eventually, they'll probably interbreed, and there won't be a monetary reason to get the healthiest specimens. They only have a short running life, and then they have to be adopted. Fortunately, there's a lot of people that know that greyhounds make really good pets, and they do adopt them, and there's a waiting list for the dogs.
I think what's interesting about dogs too is it's only a modern contemporary thing to have dogs as full-blown pets, like emotional support companions. Every single dog used to have an economic purpose. Even the wiener dog, which I have, we look at it as a cute pet. He just lays down on his side all the time. He was bred to have longer lungs so he could go underground and kill badgers, because in Germany they had a badger problem. And so there was a guy one day that's like, this dog is gonna make me some money.
Terriers were ratters. Terriers were designed to kill rats. And that's why they bark so much. It's a way for them to locate their prey. And greyhounds are being bred to run fast.
Yeah, definitely.
And the people that are breeding them want the healthiest dogs possible, which means that they make sure that there's no interbreeding and there's an economic reason for that breed of dog to be enhanced.
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen to that particular breed of dog if it's no longer economically viable? Before the automobile, we had horses as transportation. When a horse was no longer useful, he was killed and turned into glue. The horses were made into glue. You boil the bones and the hooves, and it makes a glue, and a lot of shoes were made with horse glue. That's the way we had a society at one time. It was all organic, biodegradable. Let's do some catchwords, right?
Yeah.
That might make it more palatable to a younger audience. People don't want to kill deer and have hunting of deer, but if you don't hunt deer, they overpopulate, and then the species dies. So to totally get rid of racing doesn't make any sense for the greyhounds themselves.
Well, do you think that on the other end, on the human end, do you think gambling addiction is a problem, or do you think that, you know...
I'm a recovering addict myself. Anything can become an addiction if you have an addictive personality, which I do. I don't gamble on the tracks because I could end up becoming addicted to it.
Yeah.
I have to know that about myself.
Yeah.
But if you get rid of gambling at the racetrack, they're going to gamble. They're just not going to do it in a controlled manner. They're going to gamble on sports, or they're going to gamble on whatever. I mean, people have been gambling since Jesus' time. They threw lots on his clothing.
Really?
They were gambling.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Romans were gambling over who were going to keep his clothing when he was killed.
What?
Yeah, they've been gambling forever. So you're not getting rid of gambling. So once we get that established, you're also not going to get rid of addiction until we start teaching people how to deal with pain. Because pain is what causes addiction. It's not dogs. It's not drugs.
Yeah.
It certainly doesn't help, but you can be addicted to shopping. And no one is proposing getting rid of shopping.
Right.
So we need to teach people your age and younger how to healthily deal with trauma and pain that doesn't lead to addiction.
What do you think is the best way to do that?
Well, I guess the best way to do that, the best way to heal pain is through love. So we need to start teaching kids how to love each other. And I don't mean sexually, I mean as brothers and sisters, truly loving and caring and being empathetic towards each other, not vilifying each other, no longer looking down. The idea that we can increase ourselves by pushing someone down is wrong.
Yeah.
The way we increase ourselves is by lifting others up, and then we all rise together.
I think that the biggest barrier for the younger generation right now in having that love is social media and constant distraction.
And that's the addiction they need to go after.
And it's making them antisocial to the point where they're not even used to having human interaction. Some of these kids are in kindergarten during COVID, so 2nd and 3rd grade is when they're finally readjusting. And they're already 8 years old, and their brain development's already stunted. They're on the iPad all day. It's terrible.
Yeah, if you wanted to get rid of addiction and you wanted to be a social justice warrior against greyhounds, I would say you'd be better served going after Facebook and TikTok.
Yeah.
And these algorithms that we know are addictive in nature. It has come out that they are purposely infecting and addicting our youth. And once an addict, always an addict. So if you get addicted to Facebook as a kid, the likelihood that somewhere in your life you're going to be strung out on heroin is increased.
Interesting. So if you develop that sort of fast track dopamine thing where you're like, you need constant validation and you're getting it artificially, you're saying that the framework that creates in your mind will make you susceptible to like doing dope later in life?
Yeah, absolutely, because an addict is an addict. It's the way you feed the addiction that changes.
So how long have you been clean for, do you want me to ask you?
On which addiction? On cocaine, it's been over 20 years.
Okay.
Cigarettes, I still struggle with.
Okay.
Caffeine, daily.
Oh man, you can't put caffeine in there, man.
Hey, you can now. Some people do.
Well, I mean, you haven't done any crack or coke in 20 years?
No.
Congratulations.
No.
That's a hard one to beat.
There are better things to do for fun than cocaine.
What are your top 3 things to do for fun?
Sing, number 1. Number 2, teach. Number 3, art. Self-expression, getting into yourself and communicating your truth to that. You're doing art right now.
That's true. On the way out of Wheeling, I received word of another controversial animal-related sport that was on the verge of extinction. But this time, across our southern border, in the rural outskirts of Mexico.
Yo no sé cómo es posible que, por ejemplo, la gente esté en contra de las peleas de gallos y quieran aprobar el aborto. Para mí, mis gallos son como mis hijos.
Todos los animales tienen emociones y sentimientos. Esas personas deberían de estar en prisión.
Estamos aquí en el ambiente gallístico. Vénganse a divertirse. Realmente es un ambiente muy popular, familiar. Vean, son aves de combate que realmente nacen para eso. Se matan realmente entre ellos.
Yo, aquí Josué para Channel 5, Canal 5 Latinoamérica. Aquí en México, mientras hay estados como Veracruz, Quintana Roo y la misma Ciudad de México que ha implementado leyes para prohibir esta bonita tradición, hoy en el Estado de México estamos a punto de vivir un derbi de gallos, la primera jornada de esta bonita liga aquí en lo que es el Palenque Caseta Vieja.
Por ahí se salió uno.
¿Se salió uno? ¿Es normal que se escapen?
No. Pero por su naturaleza son agresivos. Ya en el ruedo, con la navaja, es muy peligroso, hermano.
If you'd like to see our exclusive new documentary, Mexico Cockfighting, head to our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5. It costs $5 a month to sign up, but gives you access to an entire catalog of exclusive, unreleased, and extended content, ranging from back in the all gas, no breaks days until now, where we have our 5cast, a bi-weekly, hour-long news update, where we discuss a number of subjects and cover positive as well as undercovered news. Again, that's www.patreon.com/channel5. And to remind you guys, we are a totally independent global newsroom that is almost totally funded by your monthly Patreon sub. So if you want to support us and see a ton of stuff you can't see elsewhere, head on over. I'll see you guys later.
Channel 5 Live Worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority.
Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Hello. As you know, for the past couple episodes, we've been covering drugs and homelessness, particularly focused on providing a historical analysis.
This is from a year ago. I'm looking for the one that happened. The other one, he did another one today too, about oh my god, this Zizian cult was actually really crazy. I finished it. But there was one that he did about this, but the clip channel, the clip channel, right? Yeah, Andrew's favorite interview, yeah.
Excuse me, sir. You alright? You alright? Really? You need any help? Well, it seems like you did it. We're making a documentary about greyhound racing in Wheeling.
Yeah?
What do you think about it?
Unfortunately, we can humanize an animal so much that we no longer are treating it humanely. We get rid of every greyhound racetrack in the country. What's going to happen to greyhounds if they no longer have an economic reason for them to exist?
What do you think?
Eventually, they'll probably
long live the greyhounds.
Interbreed, and there won't be a monetary reason to get the healthiest specimens. They only have a short running life, and then they have to be adopted. Fortunately, there's a lot of people that know that greyhounds make really good pets, and they do adopt them, and there's a waiting list for the dogs.
I think what's interesting about dogs too is it's only a modern contemporary thing to have dogs as full-blown pets, like emotional support companions. Every single dog used to have an economic purpose. Even the wiener dog, which I have, we look at it as a cute pet. He just lays down on his side all the time. He was bred to have longer lungs so he could go underground and kill badgers, because in Germany they had a badger problem. And so there was a guy one day that's like, this dog is gonna make me some money.
Terriers were ratters. Terriers were designed to kill rats, and that's why they bark so much. It's a way for them to locate their prey. And greyhounds are being bred to run fast.
Yeah, definitely.
And the people that are breeding them want the healthiest dogs possible, which means that they make sure that there's no interbreeding, and there's an economic reason for that breed of dog to be enhanced.
Yeah.
Because what's going to happen to that particular breed of dog if it's no longer economically viable? Before the automobile, we had horses as transportation. When a horse was no longer useful, he was killed and turned into glue. The horses were made into glue. You boil the bones and the hooves, and it makes a glue, and a lot of shoes were made with horse glue. That's the way we had a society at one time. It was all organic, biodegradable. Let's do some catchwords, right?
Yeah.
That might make it more palatable to a younger audience. People don't want to kill deer and have hunting of deer, but if you don't hunt deer, they overpopulate, and then the species dies. So to totally get rid of racing doesn't make any sense for the greyhounds themselves.
Well, do you think that on the other end, on the human end, do you think gambling addiction is a problem, or do you think that, you know...
I'm a recovering addict myself. Anything can become an addiction if you have an addictive personality, which I do. I don't gamble on the tracks because I could end up becoming addicted to it. I have to know that about myself. But if you get rid of gambling at the racetrack, they're going to gamble. They're just not going to do it in a controlled manner. They're going to gamble on sports, or they're going to gamble on whatever. I mean, people have been gambling since Jesus' time. They threw lots on his clothing.
Really?
They were gambling.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the Romans were gambling over who were going to keep his
Gambling's
clothing
been
when he
around
was
forever.
killed. Yeah, they've been gambling.
We love
forever.
gambling. I think gambling's great.
So once we get that established, you're also not going to get rid of addiction until we start teaching people how to deal with pain. Because pain is what causes addiction. It's not dogs. It's not drugs. It certainly doesn't help, but you can be addicted to shopping. And no one is proposing getting rid of shopping.
Right.
So we need to teach people your age and younger how to healthily deal with trauma and pain that doesn't lead to
He
addiction.
sounds like my best friend. It's weird how much he sounds
I
like
guess
him.
the best way to do that, best way to heal pain is through love. So we need to start teaching kids how to love each other. And I don't mean sexually, I mean as brothers and sisters.
As Americans.
Truly loving and caring and being empathetic towards each other, not vilifying each other.
No bullying.
Down. The idea that we can increase ourselves by pushing someone down is wrong. The way we increase ourselves is by lifting others up, and then we all rise together.
I think that the biggest barrier for the younger generation right now in having that love is social media and constant distraction.
And that's the addiction they need to go after.
And it's making them antisocial to the point where they're not even used to having human interaction. Some of these kids are in kindergarten during COVID, so 2nd and 3rd grade is when they're finally readjusting, and they're already 8 years old, and their brain development's already stunted. They're on the iPad all day. It's terrible.
Yeah, if you wanted to get rid of addiction and you wanted to be a social justice warrior against greyhounds, I would say you'd be better served going after Facebook and TikTok and these algorithms that we know are addictive in nature. It has come out that they are purposely infecting and addicting our youth. And once an addict, always an addict. So if you get addicted to Facebook as a kid, the likelihood that somewhere in your life you're going to be strung out on heroin is increased.
Interesting. So if you develop that sort of fast track dopamine thing where you're like, you need constant validation and you're getting it artificially, you're saying that the framework that creates in your mind will make you susceptible to like doing dope later in life?
Yeah, absolutely, because an addict is an addict. It's the way you feed the addiction that changes.
So how long have you been clean for, if you want me to ask you?
On which addiction? On cocaine, it's been over 20 years.
Okay.
Cigarettes, I still struggle with.
Okay.
Caffeine, daily.
Oh, man, you can't put caffeine in there, man.
Heck, you can now. Some people do.
Well, I mean, you haven't done any crack or
Nothing
coke in
illegal.
20 years?
No.
Congratulations.
No.
That's a hard one to beat.
There are better things to do for fun than cocaine.
What are your top 3 things to do for fun?
Sing, number 1. Number 2, teach. Number 3, art. Self-expression, getting into yourself and communicating your truth. Yeah, you're doing art right now.
That's true.
I've seen it said that millennials' entire sense of humor is derived from The Simpsons, and this is something
It was
that
the same thing. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Excuse me, sir. You alright? You alright?
Go.
An 18-month investigation produced in partnership with the Pulitzer Center's AI Accountability Network and the markup and co-published with The Guardian and the 19. Right, and with all that, the focus of this investigation is a company by the name of Match Group. And the thing is, if you haven't heard of Match Group specifically, you've almost definitely heard of at least one of the more than a dozen dating apps owned by
Thank you,
the
Channel
company.
5. Thank
Tinder, the
you,
world's most
Philip
popular
DeFranco,
dating
for
app,
the
as
extra
well
content
as
for
Hinge
my
and
stream.
OkCupid. And all in all, this multi-billion-dollar company operates in almost every country.
Thank you,
on
some
Earth,
ordinary
controlling
gamers.
roughly
I've linked
half
sub
the
to your
world's
channel.
online dating market and facilitating meetups for potentially millions of people every month. And that is, we live in a time where people are now more likely to meet through online dating than through personal contacts and connections. So with that, of course, it's more of an open question as to whether Match Group can really help you find a soulmate. I mean, there's even a class action lawsuit alleging that the company goes out of its way to make sure you don't actually do that, claiming that its apps make use of addictive game-like features to keep users hooked. But in any case, right, whether or not they make it easier to find a partner, according to this investigation, they definitely make it easier for predators and creeps to find their next target. Right? And so with that said, we got to go back to the night of January 25th, 2023, because that is when a young woman who I'm not going to name here met a man by the name of Stephen Matthews at a sports bar in Denver. She connected with Matthews, a then 34-year-old cardiologist, on Hinge, and the date, I mean, it went well enough that this young woman accepted an invitation to go back to his place. And so they get there, she goes to the bathroom, and when she comes back out, he hands her a drink. But then after taking a sip, she says she soon began to lose control. Right? And according to later testimony, her memory was blurred and she fell to the ground, with Matthews then filming her, putting her in a headlock and kissing her forehead. Then, thankfully, she managed to free herself, grab most of her things, and leave despite Matthews trying to force her back inside. This young woman eventually waking up at her home soaking wet on her bathroom floor without even having taken the key out of her door. And finally, after throwing up for hours, she somehow had the presence of mind to report the assault to Hinge. But what she didn't know, and what Match Group did, another woman had reported Matthews for rape just a few days before. And in fact, the first time the company had been alerted to his behavior, it was almost 3 years earlier in September of 2020 when yet another woman had reported him for sexual violence. And get this, a little more than a week after his assault on the woman from the sports bar, another woman reported him for rape. This time, though, the survivor also went to the police, with then at least 15 women eventually reporting Matthews had raped or drugged them. And nearly every one of them said that they had met the man on dating apps run by Match Group. And so ultimately, his arrest was the only thing that actually got him off the apps, despite the information the company had on him. In fact, at one point, after Matthews had already been reported for rape at least once, Hinge elevated his account as a so-called standout profile to be seen by more people. What's more, Match Group reportedly didn't make it easy for prosecutors to build their case. Right, a search warrant was reportedly issued for Hinge in July of 2023, but 2 months later, the company still hadn't complied, with the judge in the case asking at a hearing whether he needed to start dragging people in to get stuff done. But even still, it reportedly wasn't until February of 2024 that the DA's office said they had gotten the documents they needed. But with that, in the end, right, the evidence, it was overwhelming. And a few months later, in August of last year, a jury convicted Matthews of 35 counts related to drugging 2 women, assaulting a woman, and drugging and sexually assaulting 8 other women, with the judge soon after sentencing him to 158 years to life in prison. Though very notably with all of this, of course, you had attorneys representing the survivors claiming at least some of Matthews' crimes could have been prevented. With Laura Wolf, for example, the attorney representing the woman whose police report led to the arrest, saying, "It is shocking that for years after receiving reports of sexual assault, Hinge continued to allow Stephen Matthews access to its platforms and actively facilitated his abuse. Countless women have suffered and will continue to suffer. Hinge and other dating platforms have taken no steps to ensure the safety of the product they are selling, matching unsuspecting women to known predators without pause or concern." You know, with all that, I will say this is obviously not a brand new issue. But I mean, it is incredibly and horrifically easy to find literally dozens of cases of women accusing men they met on dating apps of rape. And then going back to 2016, we started to get some idea of how common this was getting. In the UK, for example, the country's National Crime Agency said that dating-related rape had risen by more than 450% in 6 years. And then in the US in 2018, there was a particularly shocking case in which police identified a man they said used Tinder to find, rape, and kill victims in New York, Connecticut, and California. And with all of that, over time, of course, more attention shifted to what role or responsibility the dating apps themselves had to improve user safety. With this thing in 2019, for example, ProPublica revealing that Tinder, OkCupid, and Plenty of Fish let known registered sex offenders use its app. With the outlet also reporting in 2021 that moderators for certain apps were ill-paid, poorly trained, and overworked, where sometimes they were left with just a few minutes to resolve customers' claims of sexual assault. And then in 2022, you have things like a Utah-based research team also shedding light on this issue with an analysis of hundreds of sexual assaults across the state, with them finding that attacks facilitated by dating apps happened faster and were more violent than when the perpetrator met the victim through other means, with them also noting that survivors of dating app-facilitated sexual assault were more likely to self-report mental illness and or the use of psychotropic medications, with the researchers concluding, quote, "Violent sexual perpetrators use dating apps as hunting grounds for vulnerable individuals." And so with all that, Match Group publicly promised to improve safety and increase transparency since at least around 2020. In 2021, for example, saying in its inaugural impact report that it was working on standardizing its safety incident data, tracking, and reporting, saying they have a goal of creating its first transparency report in the US in 2022 to, quote, "ensure that as we grow, we continue to prioritize the safety, security, and well-being of our users." However, as I'm recording this in 2025, the report has not been released. And that's just one of the ways that the company may be letting its users down. Now, with all this, of course, I will say the unfortunate truth is that whether it's dating in the real world or online, it is never risk-free, especially if you're a woman. But Match Group, right, this investigation found has been doing far less to mitigate these risks than it could be. Or to use words from this investigation, quote, "While Match Group has long possessed the tools, financial resources, and investigative procedures necessary to make it harder for bad actors to resurface, internal documents show the company resisted efforts to spread them across its apps, in part because safety protocols could stall corporate growth." And with that, again, looking back, let's talk about what the company did do to try and make things better. So on September 28th, 2020, the same day Matthews was first reported to Hinge for rape, Match Group hired its first ever head of safety and social advocacy. And over the next few years, the company stepped up its cooperation with law enforcement, introduced an optional AI-assisted photo verification system on its apps, and looked into other ways of collaborating with companies and nonprofits to improve app safety. And an example of one of those nonprofits is called Garbo, and it started providing an online background check service to Tinder members in 2022. With that, I'll say, you know, all these approaches, they can be criticized. But there's concerns about user privacy, for example, and then with the background checks, you have experts saying that they're not always reliable since they often pull from outdated databases. Not to mention, most people who commit sexual abuse don't ever come into contact with the criminal justice system anyways. Where less than half of sexual assaults are reported to the police, and the overwhelming majority of perpetrators never end up in jail or prison. Right? I mean, like Matthews, he didn't have a criminal record, and he raped multiple women before being reported to police. You know, in any case, you could say at least it was something, right, for security. But then, about a year and a half after that partnership started, Garbo ended its relationship with the company, with a single blog post coming from the org's founder, not naming names, but saying, "It's become clear that most online platforms aren't legitimately committed to trust and safety for their users," saying there are some great companies that do take our mission to heart, but the sad reality is that most social networks, dating apps, and online platforms care more about the bottom line than they care about you. And the investigation's other findings, which are based on internal company documents as well as testimony from former employees, seem to back that up. Like, for example, Match Group's official safety policy says that if a user has been reported for domestic abuse, assault, or criminal activity, all accounts found to be associated with that user will be banned from its platforms. And so, of course, with that, some say that means that anyone can get someone else banned unfairly by throwing around baseless allegations without evidence. But this, as you have others saying, well, that is a small price to pay to potentially make dating apps safer, and it's a decision that Match Group is entitled to make as a private business. But in any case, whatever side of the debate you land, that is the company policy. And what's notable with that is that according to the investigation, the company may not really be following that policy. But at the time of reporting, at least, banned Tinder users, including those reported for sexual assault, could reportedly easily rejoin or sign up to another Match Group dating app, all without even having to
what
hinge
can
or
they
lie
do?
about
They
key
can't
personal
stop
details.
that
To
either.
figure
There's
that out,
nothing
the
they
people
can do
behind this
about that.
investigation,
What can
simply
they do
created
about
a series
that?
of Tinder accounts that they then reported for sexual assault.
What can they do
Tinder
about
went on
that?
to ban those accounts soon after. They were able to create new accounts with the exact same name, birthday, and profile photos used on their banned accounts. And they were also able to sign up for other Match Group dating apps without changing this information. And as far as how this works on the back end, well, Match Group has reportedly known since at least 2016 which users have been reported for drugging, assaulting, or raping their dates. And since 2019, it's even had a central database keeping track of every user reported for rape and assault across its entire suite of apps. And by 2022, this central database, which is called Sentinel, it was reportedly logging hundreds of troubling incidents every week. So it raises the question, if they have all this information, why wasn't anything being done? Because, well, basically, let's say someone's banned for sexual assault. That will create a case in the Sentinel system with the phone number and email associated with the banned account. Also, notably, the system would log the original profile's IP addresses, photos, and birthday. But according to internal company documents, that information would not be used to ban a user if they appeared on another Match Group dating app. Also, none of Match Group's apps required users to provide photo identification. So once a person was banned, they could just start a new account with different contact information. And then, with all that, one former employee who worked specifically on the OkCupid app, he says he and his team tried to remedy these issues. So for example, he says they developed a tool to automatically ban a profile that was linked to a phone number, photo, or URL that had been previously banned, even if the user had made an account with a different email or IP address. And while he says that company leadership praised their work, he also says they never tried to replicate this work at the company's other apps. In fact, he claims that he and his team faced pressure to speed up investigations and train outsourced labor to use complicated moderation tools. And then, with all that, he left the company in 2022, claiming that most of his team also left due to a negative workplace environment. Also, that same year, Match Group fired the woman it had hired as its first head of safety and social advocacy, with then much of her team also getting laid off in the next few months as well. And then, in February of 2024, the remaining critical investigators and law enforcement liaisons on the central safety team got kicked out too. We then also saw in 2024 the company getting a new CEO who reportedly put even less of an emphasis on trust and safety than the previous leadership. For example, in more than a year of quarterly investor calls, he reportedly only referenced safety efforts once. Also, under his leadership, all mentions of a transparency report disappeared from the company's annual impact report. Or with that former employee saying about this guy, he just wants to make money. He's just there to increase profits. If you're looking at a bottom line, then it's easier to have a lawsuit than it is to provide safety. I know which one he's going to pick. Now, with all that said, there seems to be another shift back the other way with a new CEO and a little more emphasis on safety. Or with the issue coming up more often in general, also, there's a new VP of trust and safety being hired, and then some new features being tested out on the apps. Also, thanks to a new law in the EU requiring tech companies to disclose reports of non-consensual behavior, you can now find thousands of sort of incident reports being uploaded to a European database. And notably there, I will say, there's not a whole lot of information in them. Also, I'll say on the US side, there's not much movement at the national level, but some states are making an effort. Colorado notably passed a law triggered by the Matthews case that forces dating app companies to tell the state attorney general which safety measures they're taking to protect users. But it also doesn't currently require the company to tell the state or the public how many people report being raped or assaulted after using its platform. And of course, with all this, Match Group, they've defended its efforts to make its platform safe, with the company claiming they vigorously combat violence, saying, "We take every report of misconduct seriously and vigilantly remove and block accounts that have violated our rules regarding this behavior." You know, ultimately, we're gonna have to wait to see where all this goes. But if it's an industry likely to be more regulated anytime soon, also will there at least be enough of a profit incentive for Match Group and other dating companies which have been struggling for a few years now to keep trying to step up safety? And of course, with this, I'd love to know anyone and everyone's thoughts as well as experiences with these apps. And then I've got even more news for you in just a moment. But first, have you ever wondered why your razor feels like it's working against your skin instead of with it? Because shaving, it shouldn't be a daily war with your face. And have you ever wished it could actually be healthy for your skin? And well, with that, I've got the solution. Our fantastic sponsor, Henson Shaving, is the solution. Trust me, it is a game changer. I mean, no more irritation, no more redness, just have the cleanest, healthiest shave you've ever had. Right? Most razors, they let the blade wobble, which I gotta ask, like, would you want your kitchen knife flexing while cutting? No. And well, Henson's razors, they're precision engineered in the same Canadian aerospace shop that made parts for the Mars rover. The blades extend 1/1000th of an inch for a stable, skin-friendly shave. And here's the kicker. Each year, 2 billion plastic razors go straight into landfills. But Henson lasts a lifetime. You only spend $3 to $5 annually on replacement blades, no subscription fees. It's just an incredible shave at a low cost. And all you gotta do is head to hensonshaving.com/DeFranco to pick the razor for you, and Use code DeFranco to get a pack of 100 blades free with your razor. That's enough for 2 years of shaving. Just make sure you add it to your cart. That's a free pack of 100 blades when you head to HENSONSHAVING.com/DeFranco or scan the QR code on screen and use code DeFranco. But then, next up today, we need to talk about the dark side of IVF, and specifically those cases, at least 6% of them, according to estimates, in which the eggs used aren't coming from the woman trying to get pregnant, but from a third-party donor. Because while this can absolutely be an amazing way to give someone the gift of having a child, I mean, the global human egg trade is also a massive money-making business, often operating in a legal gray area, if not outright outside the law. Right, and that, according to an investigation from Bloomberg Businessweek, showing how egg donors can be exploited and have their health put at risk in the name of profit. But to really start this off, we gotta go back to how all this started way back in England in 1978, right? Because that is when Louise Joy Brown famously became the first person born after being conceived in a petri dish using the egg and sperm of her biological parents. With then, a few decades later, a new technology known as vitrification emerging, allowing donated eggs to be flash frozen, stored, and used later with much greater success than the previous method of, just sticking them in a freezer, which can actually lead to the formation of ice crystals that damage the eggs and lower the chances of survival. And with all that, by 2012, the world's largest organizations representing fertility practitioners backed the technique, and it was no longer experimental. And I mean, in the US alone, the number of fertility procedures using frozen donor eggs or embryos tripled to 26,700 between 2012 and 2021, according to the CDC. Most IVF treatments involving women using grown eggs, and in at least 6% of cases, the eggs reportedly come from so-called donors who agree to have their eggs removed often, but not always, in exchange for money. In fact, every 15 seconds or so, a batch of eggs is extracted from a woman somewhere on the planet. Right, globally, more than 120,000 embryos were created with donated eggs just in 2019. And that was actually almost double the number in 2011, according to the International Committee for Monitoring Assisted Reproductive Technologies. However, I will say the real number is almost certainly much higher. But I mean, one, the numbers do not include India, which is the most populated nation on Earth, where, there are at least 1,400 fertility clinics registered with possibly thousands more in operation. And while donated eggs are used in a small percentage of embryo transfers worldwide, more than a dozen doctors in India told Bloomberg that at their clinics, it can range from 30 to 50%. And then two, while, 120,000 is the most recent estimate, that's more than half a decade old, and we know that this is a fast-growing industry. And in some of the few countries that do reliably track shipments, for example, the numbers are exploding. In Italy, imports of eggs nearly tripled over 5 years, reaching almost 18,000 shipments in 2021. And in Brazil, imports increased from only 4 in 2016 to more than 2,500 shipments in 2023. And so with all that, the global market for assisted reproduction is reportedly already worth around $35 billion. With this being a market of not only would-be parents and donors, but also recruiters, agents, doctors, and clinics increasingly backed by Wall Street and private equity. And also with all of that, the demand for eggs extracted from younger donors is only expected to increase as more women wait longer to have children. But despite being so massive, the industry is often minimally regulated. And even when individual countries make an effort, it's such a global industry now that the cross-border egg trade, it operates with almost no government oversight. Or when the rules or circumstances change in one country, donors, aspiring parents, and companies, they take their business elsewhere. In Greece, for example, as police eventually discovered, there was an organization called the Mediterranean Fertility Institute, or MFI. And they recruited vulnerable women from Ukraine, Romania, Moldova, Georgia, and Albania to be egg donors and surrogates. But then in August of 2023, 8 MFI staff members getting arrested, including the clinic's founding doctor and its scientific director, with the authorities discovering that clinic staff had falsified medical and court records and even aided in illegal adoptions. And this is the police also uncovered hundreds of instances where the clinic charged patients for IVF services that were never actually performed, including sham embryo transfers. How they also identified at least 75 cases of egg theft, such as one woman named Maria who reportedly froze her eggs for herself, but later found that the clinic had taken more than they told her, and they used them to create embryos for another woman, with Maria reportedly still having no idea whether a child was actually born from her eggs. Well, this is an extreme case with one organization in one country. We also know it is not the only horror story to be found. But just going back to India, for example, egg donors there must be at least 23 years old. But in October of 2023, a 13-year-old girl in the city of Varanasi donated, with her reportedly having been recruited by her grandmother's neighbor who told her she could earn as much as 15,000 rupees, which is about $180, with the woman even having her pose for a photo for a fake ID, showing her as 24, drilling her on her story that she had to tell, and had her own husband sign off as the girl's spouse. With the girl's mother later learning what happened, reported it to police, and eventually police arrested the woman who had recruited her daughter, her colleague, and another 3 male accomplices. But also, notably, all 5 have since been freed on bail. And this, as it's become clear that this young girl is far from the only victim, right? The guy who made the fake IDs, he said that one of the women who recruited young girls initially asked him to falsify 1 or 2 cards every few days, but that quickly turned into as many as 100 a month. And with that, the clinic where this happened, it was a branch of a company called Nova IVF Fertility, which is one of India's largest fertility chains. And notably, they've been backed by American financiers. Now with that, the company told Bloomberg it had cooperated with local authorities and cut ties with an egg bank whose employee was among those arrested. But they also disputed the claim in the state's chief medical officer's report that doctors should have been able to determine the girl was underage, calling that an impossible task, and adding, identification of fake official documents is something beyond our expertise, and we are unfortunately impacted by this deceitful operation. And saying, in effect, we are a wronged party here. And, meanwhile, this girl, she reportedly dropped out of school after 7th grade after being bullied for what happened. And again, this is one country, and it's an extreme example, but there is still concern about inadequate or unenforced regulation in places like even the US, for example, where the FDA requires that donors undergo a physical exam, including tests for infectious diseases, and provide their medical history. And beyond that, clinics are expected to comply with guidelines set by the American Society for Reproductive Medicine, which recommends, among other things, donors receive mental health counseling and get their own legal review of all contracts, as well as suggesting that donors undergo only 6 retrievals in order to reduce the chances of complications. Right, and that is a key number to keep in mind because, as we'll talk about more, it's not always followed. We're seeing things like one Taiwanese woman, for example, telling Bloomberg she's completed 11 cycles in the US, as well as sold her eggs 4 times in China, where it's illegal, on the black market. And then with that, describing her experience being loaded into a van with darkened windows with 5 other donors, and then having the egg retrieval done in a well-equipped surgical suite on the 2nd floor of a residential building. And then, as far as why doctors recommend donors stop at 6, well, it has to do with the process required to get a woman's eggs ready for donation. As you see, normally during ovulation, a woman releases 1 egg, but egg donors, they take hormonal medication to induce superovulation, usually producing a total of 13 to 25 eggs in both ovaries, sometimes as many as 30. But saying Diane Tober, a medical anthropologist at the University of Alabama and author of Eggonomics, the global market in human eggs and the donors who supply them, telling Bloomberg, some clinics try to get as many eggs as possible, especially for their egg banks, by providing higher doses of medication. And notably with that, producing any more than 15 eggs, it puts women at risk of developing something called ovarian hyperstimulation syndrome, or OHSS, the short-term risks of which range from discomfort to, in rare cases, death. And to get more specific, a mild case can mean abdominal pain, nausea, and diarrhea, whereas a severe case, it can lead to blood clots, fluid-filled lungs, or a twisted ovary that could cut off its own blood supply. Although I will say, death from OHSS, it appears to be rare. The European Society of Human Reproduction and Embryology says that mild OHSS affects as many as 33% of IVF patients. And this, as the American Society for Reproductive Medicine says, that moderate to severe OHSS occurs in 1 to 5% of IVF cycles. Though notably, the condition still is not fully understood, and it often goes unreported. And in fact, in the Australian state of Victoria, for example, which is a pretty tightly regulated market as far as these things go, auditors reportedly found that clinics had been reporting only about 1/3 of OHSS cases that required overnight hospitalization from 2018 to 2021. And in the US, the CDC does reportedly collect a whole bunch of data from fertility clinics, but it only publishes their rates of success, meaning live births. On the other hand, however, it refuses to disclose how frequently IVF patients and donors at each clinic experience medical complications. With also here Bloomberg reporting that it's filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit seeking to force the agency to do so. So we're also going to have to wait to see if that data ever becomes available. But in any case, beyond all that, even less is known about the long-term risks of repeated egg donation. With us also here seeing Robert Klitzman, the head of the Masters of Bioethics program at Columbia, claiming that's no accident, and adding, they are making millions off women who are making thousands. If they did the research, they might find out there are long-term harms that may decrease the business and the amount of money they can earn. With that, even in cases where there's no blatant exploitation or illegal activity, even when everything is working out, there are often concerns. Right, in Australia, for example, donors must be someone you have an established relationship with, and they must be motivated by altruism. And so with that, there's a very real debate about if and how much donors should be paid, with some fearing that it opens the door to exploitation. But in any case, one Australian couple, Alice and Paul, they tried relying on altruism, but it just resulted in a miscarriage. So instead, they ended up accumulating more than $170,000 in debt to get eggs through a US agency from an Argentinian woman named Karen. Right? And Karen, she's not someone who would say that she's being exploited. She actually says she sees donating as an opportunity to help. And to the delight of fertility clinics, she is what's known as a super producer, right? Someone whose body reacts so strongly to hormones that it churns out far more